The closed session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here.
Okay.
Okay, any actions to report from the
Yeah, there are
closed session?
two actions. One, we will be returning after the open session meeting to discuss what will become item R1, and then the city attorney also has a statement to read.
I think there may be residuals on the,
Perhaps R2 as well. Yeah.
As to item FA, in the public bankruptcy proceeding for 9300 Wilshire LLC, AES Redondo has indicated that it, quote, plans to submit a straightforward and conformable plan that will dispose of the former power plant site.
I heard you thought I was Cheryl.
Candace, please mute
Yeah,
yourself.
no, I heard. Stephanie already told me, so we're good. Thank you for basically using your power and strength.
Candace.
But, yeah, so, yeah, I heard you thought Cheryl's in the
No, it's not Candace. It's not Candace.
Oh, that's staff.
Yeah, that's Christine.
Or both their names start with.
There we go. Why they,
are we muted?
Read it again.
Might need to start over.
Yeah.
okay, sorry about that.
In the public bankruptcy proceeding for 9300 Wilshire LLC, AES Redondo has indicated that it, quote, plans to submit a straightforward and conformable plan that will dispose of the former power plant site in Redondo Beach. AES will be able to submit its plan on August 21st, 2024, or possibly earlier. In light of these imminent developments, the City Council directs staff to move forward expeditiously to negotiate with AES for the potential acquisition of the former power plant site at 1100 North Harbor Drive should AES regain possession of the property through foreclosure, bankruptcy proceedings, or otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, can I get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay. So I'm going to call to order regular meeting of the City Council. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalajerovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here.
Okay.
Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand and be recognized for your service. Okay, Air Force is represented. Let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence. I'd like to call up Riley, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, my name is Riley.
Riley, you want to speak into the mic there?
Good evening, my name is Riley. I am in 5th grade at St. James Catholic School. My favorite subject in school is science. I like going to the beach in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Riley, thanks for leading us to the Pledge of Allegiance. Come on up and get a photo with the council. Thank you very much. You did a great job.
Congratulations, Ryan.
Nice uniform, too.
Everybody get close. There we go. Just one more. Great job, Riley. Okay, we've got a little bit of change today. We were going to do a letter to the presentation to the Brand family, but unfortunately, Mrs. Brand couldn't make it on time. She got delayed, so we're going to move that to another meeting. With that, we do have another presentation that's not on the schedule.
Not on the schedule.
Not on the schedule. Oh, really? I'd like to ask Doug Nielsen to come on out and stand beside me.
Who's gonna take his picture?
It's gonna have to be a selfie.
Come on down. So this is a surprise to Doug. We did not prepare him.
believe this is on. Is this a brownout?
Maybe, but I'll chance it. So Doug, for some of you, this is an introduction. This gentleman beside me is Doug Nielsen. His company is Imagery Video Productions. He is the reason we all, well, I don't know if I look good, but the rest of the council looks good on camera at every council and commission meeting. He's been behind the scenes in that booth behind us for 35 years. He's also our photographer, as you just saw, and he's responsible for all the postings you see on the TV channel. Tonight will be his last broadcast with us. So we're going to
I
make,
got 2 more commissions. But the last one
well,
for
city
you.
council. We couldn't let him go without showing our appreciation for all he's done through the years. He's part of the city family. So on behalf of the city council, I'd like to present you with this plaque.
Wow, thank you.
You're welcome. Well deserved. Let's get back with the whole council.
There we
You
go.
want to say a few words?
Yes,
Come
yes.
on.
Mind the
Man
curtain.
behind the camera's now in front of the camera.
What do I have to say? Thank you so much. My first recognition. I started doing Manhattan and Hermosa's meetings back in the 80s when I did all the work at the cable station there. And then that led to Redondo. Redondo led to Inglewood. I also did Culver City for 20 years or so too. So now I'm fully retired. So that'll be nice.
Good for you.
So that's about it. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for everything, Doug. We're going to miss you. Take care.
See you around.
Thanks for indulging me on going outside the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, going to item G, do we have any blue folder items?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 items. The first one is item H3, approval of council meetings, and we have 3 meetings on there, February 6th, February 13th, and February 20th for 2024, and we have a correction to February 6th meeting. And then we also have J1, public participation on agenda items, public communications. That concludes.
Motion receive and file.
Second.
All 4?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, I believe we might have passed over item E regarding approval of the order of agenda, and I think we had talked about perhaps pulling an item tonight for
Sorry about
discussion.
that.
Yeah, in our conversations, I think we're gonna push item P1 to the first meeting in May, which had to do with the boards and commissions consolidation.
Okay, thank you. Any other change to the order of the agenda? Apologize for skipping.
I'll make a motion to accept approve the order agenda with the changes made by city manager.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, all 4?
Aye.
Okay, that carries. Now we're going to go into the consent calendar. These are items that will,
Announcements. Announcements.
the whole thing threw me off, sorry. Okay, announcements. So Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I had my online community meeting last night. I will say that it was the most lively chat I've ever seen. And I really want to thank the District 1 residents who appeared and all the other residents from outside the district, because there were quite a few residents from outside the district that showed up. We had a great announcement for the SB 9 and went through a whole litany of issues, and they kept it very responsible and very very tame in the chat, but it was going back and forth. People were saying, we'll prove it. And then people showed up with links and documents and going back and forth. And it was honestly, I've been on statewide chats with Zoom video calls with hundreds of people. And I've never seen a fired up Zoom chat like this before. It was really
Subject.
cool. Multiple subjects, from SB 9 to fire stations and fire department to the police department to revenues and financials. We went over a whole host of things. And,
Leaf blowers, pickleball?
no leaf blowers. No pickleball kind of came up, but not really, actually. It did come up, actually, oddly enough. So, yeah, I really want to thank the residents. Joan, you were there, and I see a bunch of the people, Rolf was there. It was really cool to see, and that makes those kind of community meetings really awesome to see. And, everyone just kind of expects me to talk the entire time. I like it when people talk. And Mark, I know you showed up, and thank you for speaking a few words. Got some good information out of you. So it was a really good time for the community to kind of come together and connect. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I have two announcements. The first is I attended the opening day of the Port Royal Yacht Club on Saturday. That was always a lot of fun, along with Mayor Light. And Deirdre Brand was there as well, too. That was great. And then the District 2 community meeting for April will be in 2 days on Thursday. We will not be talking about pickleball or leaf blowers.
No fun for you.
Unless, right, no fun, then I have nothing else to talk about. No, actually, it'll be 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. Those of you who have not registered, go to redondo.org under the government section, I think, and under District 2, you can register. My guest will be City Attorney Mike Webb, Quality of Life Prosecutor Joy Ford, and a special guest, Lila Omura, will be there, and we'll be talking about our unhoused/homeless programs, the great programs we have. It'll be very interesting, I think, and maybe we can even have City Attorney Webb talk about SB 9. So again, 6 to 7:30 on Thursday, April the 25th. Thank you. On Zoom.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly Jurevich.
Yes, my District 3 meeting will be this Saturday, April 27th, 9 a.m. at Dominguez Park. We are going to have Mayor Light there, as well as Athens Trash to celebrate Earth Day. That was yesterday.
I mix well with trash, so thank you.
No. And then let's see, there's the birthday celebration that will follow that, starting at 10 and end at 3. So Redondo's birthday will be there at Dominguez Park. So you can come for the meeting and then stay for the celebration. I'll also have an online meeting on April 30th. You can register on Zoom on my page on redondo.org. It's from 6 to 7:30 on April 30th. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, a resident asked me about this, so I'll just announce to everybody, transitional kindergarten signups are occurring right now for kids born between September 2019 and June 2020. This weekend is Spring Fest at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. That'll run from Thursday, April 25th to the 28th. And Thursday night are $2 rides, so it's family night. Get out there and get those cheap rides. May 4th, I'll meet with Breakwater Village residents at 11 a.m. in their community room. And lastly, my community meeting on functional zero homelessness with Joy Ford will be on May 16, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. at the Perry Park Senior Center. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
We're going to have the District 5 community meeting next Wednesday, May 1st, in person at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center at 6 p.m. with our special guest, City Attorney Mike Webb. So everybody's invited to attend. Go online, RSVP in advance, submit questions as well, and hope to see everybody there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you covered all mine. Thank you for inviting me to your meeting with the
great.
trash guys.
Well, you're very active in SBPC, and it'll be great.
Just want to say we did have SBPC-wise, we had a great Earth Day at Wilderness Park. We had several hundred residents show up, and we had plenty of seminars, nature walks. We had 75 people actually helped do restoration in the park. So it was a good weekend. It was a great event. So appreciate the support of the public works staff and the community services staff. And on May 9th, I'll be doing my first and only State of the City, that will be right at Sonesta in the morning. And then following in Bill Brand's tradition, I'll be doing the free one at the Performing Arts Center that evening at 6 p.m. So y'all are welcome to that. Hope to see you there. Okay, now back into the agenda. Sorry about that. Item H, consent calendar. We will be approving these in mass unless one of the council members wants to pull one of the items for further discussion. And we will allow the public to speak to anything we don't pull. So with that, Councilmember Narenheim, is there anything you'd like to pull on the consent calendar?
I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Just confirm that the blue foldered H3 item was making it into this item, right?
Yes.
Okay, none.
Councilmember Barrett.
None.
Okay, and I don't have any. Would any member of the public wish to speak to any of these items that have not been excluded? Looks like we do. Okay, Joan Irvine.
Hi, just a second. This might take a minute or two to, it's like the elevator coming up from the parking. Okay, Joan Irvine, District 1, and this is about H7, the cannabis. I just want to make a statement that the adult use of cannabis became legal in 2016. And based on the current situation, Redondo probably won't have legal dispensaries until at least the earliest 2016. That's 10 years. That is, if it all goes well. If May 24, next month, if they approve the regulations, application, and process, then when will the application be available? I'm assuming Q3 24. Then the applicants have 45 to 60 days to complete the application. That will probably go to Q1 25. How long for the city to decide? That's probably going to be Q2, Q3 25. And then they have 12 to 18 months after the decision to open a store. So that means Q2 or Q3 of 26. This is way too long, but if nothing else, that they should maybe give them 12 months because they're already going to have the property. So they should be able to have a store open by then. But what this means is that the city has lost almost 10 years of tax revenue and job creation. But also, how much has the city, how much could the city saved if all the staff salaries for the many times in the last 10 years that this kind of item has come to council? Also, I noticed that there was a new section addressing delivery. You know, it's really not rocket science, and Hermosa Beach just has figured that out and became legal this year. Also, there was something about proposed new section on sensitive use areas. I do hope that you're not making it more restrictive, as this may make it limit the availability of property and make it even more expensive. You know, when I was an executive director of the International Foundation for Online Responsibility in 2011, 2013, its policy council established policies for child protection. ICANN, which regulates the entire internet, adopted these policies for all high-risk top-level domains. Among the several experts on the council was Nadine Straussen, a law professor and at New York Law School and the president of the ACLU for 18 years. She was the first female president of the ACLU. We discussed the best way to protect children online. She said there's one foolproof way that we can do this. And we all looked in wonder, and she said, shut down the internet. When we stopped laughing, we went to establish, real reasonable policies. Many of you are too young, but back in the late 90s, there was a .com.bomb, which is now called Web 1.0. Government overregulation almost destroyed the internet in its infancy. So please do not overregulate the cannabis industry and destroy what is proving to have many medical and health benefits, especially for seniors, and an ongoing tax revenue source for Redondo. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address non-agenda items?
That's not non-agenda, this is
Consent.
consent, this is a consent.
Consent calendar items.
We understand. Thank you kindly. My name is Jonathan Svetko, resident of District 1. Bring you tidings from Sacramento this week, where we've been lobbying on multiple bills for cannabis. I thought it would be really pertinent to share two facts that came out of some of our sessions we had this week. One of them being that the CDTFA, which is the governing body for the tax and fee administration of state, has released data to showcase that the cannabis industry is currently $750 million in arrears in their taxes. I keep telling you guys every time here that we're having difficulties. As we continue to consider what are the best responsible regulations here, I want to make sure that that is at the forefront of your thoughts for that. I think one of the senators in the meetings ended up saying it best. Every year, year after year, we keep coming back with legislation to fix this industry. At what point will our legislature realize that Prop 64 was a complete failure and introduce their own ballot measure to be able to fix this in the state? We're quickly coming to that point. I'll have more to share, hopefully, in the next meetings to come, but I do have one request, if I may, of the city manager. The Cannabis Advisory Committee that we had here before, that you've all referenced on that, to date, we still have not seen introduced to this council the recommendations that were made on the selection process. And I would very much welcome if there was an opportunity for you to please introduce that to the council for consideration as we move forward as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to discuss any consent calendar items?
No.
Anybody online? Is there anybody online?
I'm sorry, no, there is no one online, and we do not have,
I have one more person. I don't know how to. Hi. Desiree Galassi. And actually, I didn't realize that P1 was moved, so this is non-agenda now, right?
No.
We're at consent.
We're at consent calendar.
But P1 was moved, so you're
Yeah,
not.
so you come back at J. This isn't J.
You come back to non-agenda items. You
Non-agenda
are
items.
correct. This is not.
This is consent calendar, so you can come back in non-agenda after this.
Okay, thank you.
And nobody online?
no one is online, and there are no e-comments.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar items.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, approved unanimously.
Mayor, I do have two resolutions to read tonight, titles, and that is H5, adopt by title only, resolution number CC 2404-030, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a public works contract to CSI Services, a California corporation, in the amount of $1,249,100 for the construction of the International Boardwalk Surface Repair Project, job number 70810, and adopt by four-fifths vote and title only, resolution number CC 2404-029, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2023-2024 budget modification to reallocate $518,600, excuse me, in upland funds from the Pier Parking Structure Security Enhancement Project, job number 70840, to the International Boardwalk Surface Repair Project, job number 70810. That concludes the readings.
Thank you. Okay, now we're jumping down to item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear in this agenda for action. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and the total time for speakers is 30 minutes. So let's see, we do have a list of people who've already submitted. So number one is John Perchelin, if I said that right.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is John Perchelin. My wife and I live at Prospect and PV Boulevard on the corner. I was wondering if the council has anything to report about the truck enforcement efforts on these streets. Daily, we continue to have dozens and dozens of tractor trailers and big trucks coming up and down these streets. Being on the corner, many of them stop at the red light, and when they do, their brakes are squeaking, their fumes are pouring into my house. When they take off, it sounds like 1,000 marbles in a dry cleaner. It's just unbearable. Last night, now as you mentioned about the street infrastructure, I can't imagine what damage these things are doing to our streets. I mean, these things are 3 tons, 4 tons, 5 tons. When you get a rainstorm and all that water leaks in through the cracks, and these tractor trailers are going over the streets, they're loosening it up, and sooner or later you're going to start seeing potholes. Something entertaining this morning happened. I was behind a tractor trailer coming out of Walmart, and he went down Sepulveda Boulevard. I said he's going to make a left on PV Boulevard, and I know it. He made a left on Palos Verdes Boulevard. He went up to Prospect. He made a right on Prospect. He went down to El Camino. He made a left on El Camino. He went down to Torrance. He made a left on Torrance. He made a left on PCH and went the whole way down to the village. I don't know why he went through the neighborhood. There aren't truck routes just to get to the village, but he's passing through the neighborhood. It's not truck routes. He's disturbing the neighborhood. Anyway, I understand the budget's coming up. The police said that they're going to put in some requisitions for additional support. I hope that you guys pass that because it's just a real mess with the truck traffic and it needs to be enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Irvine, and then Wayne Craig.
Receive and file.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All four?
Aye.
Joan Irvine, District 1. I was wondering what I was going to talk to you about education, as I said I'm committed to doing education. And last night on the District 1 meeting, some man typed in, he goes, it's weed, it causes schizophrenia in seniors. I mean, so it's really important that we have education on cannabis, which is what I'm doing. But also, do you know what the most addictive substance in the world is, according to some studies? Sugar. And yes, it's in almost everything we eat and drink, and you feed it to your children daily. If there is a gateway drug, sugar is it. Plus, some studies have shown that cancer feeds on sugar, and I'm very aware of this because of having had cancer myself. And also, according to Healthline, cutting added sugar from your diet may lead to several emotional and mental withdrawal symptoms. I mean, you withdraw from sugar. You can get into a depressed mood, anxiety, changes in sleep patterns, cognitive issues, and cravings. So besides sugar, when you try to get off of it, you crave other foods, such as carbs, breads, pasta, and potato chips, all that I know intimately. Plus, you might feel physically run down. People get headaches and other possible physical withdrawal, including lightheadedness, dizziness, and nausea. As I told you last week, Elizabeth Mack, a nurse, talked about cannabis and cancer on a recent podcast that actually aired tonight for the Cancer Support Group. I'm honored that she and her partner and nurse Sherry Mack will be my guest on Your Best Life, and this show will be aired on May 22nd at 2 p.m. If you have specific questions, please email them to me tonight because I'm actually doing the interview on Thursday, or get it to me by tomorrow night. You can also listen to this and my other shows on healthylife.net. And I have a new show airing tomorrow, the 24th at 2 p.m. And also the last time I talked, I mentioned numbers about my show. I'm really surprised. There's 115,000, not 115,000 views in the first month. In March. And then I have a lot of information, I only have 43 minutes, about, some of the things that we don't think about that affect us, like alcohol, more than 178,000 deaths each year, and it plays a role in at least 7.1% of emergency department visits. Tobacco, more than 480 deaths each year, about 1 in 5 deaths. All of these over-the-counter drugs that affect us, while CBD and cannabis, there is no deaths, overdose, you get a good night's sleep. And has proven properties as far as anti-anxiety, antidepressant, anti-inflammatory, antipsychotic, and for neuropathy, which I happen to have. So please, when will the stigma of demonizing cannabis ever end? Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne Craig and then Holly Osborne.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1 in Redondo Beach, and April 29th is a good day. Last week, I questioned why 2 termed-out Redondo Beach council members, after spending 8 years in office doing nothing for our fire department, are only now speaking out. Funny how while in office they claimed everything was great and refused to verify reports of major problems in the department from our first responders. When the city council majority changed in 2021, the former fire chief suddenly quit. We then learned in a scathing report from interim fire chief Hoffman, the reports of problems in the department were very real. Many have speculated that the unwillingness to closely examine the department was deliberate and political, and part of that was confirmed in the report. For those who haven't read it, the report was so bad that the new council had to appropriate nearly $2 million just to keep the department functioning. Recent fear-mongering by these same former council members, one according to former neighbors has been a Torrance resident for years now, has some residents scared about keeping Redondo Fire local. They even got, what was it, hundreds? Oh no, wait, it was about 81 people to freak out and write online comments. It's time for those crying the sky is falling to put your money where your mouth is. The reality is there is no way we can possibly pay this $35 million to replace 2 dilapidated 60-plus-year-old fire stations that aren't even earthquake rated. The only way to pay for them is a general obligation bond, as we don't have money now and we won't for the next 10 years. The school board bond measure in 2012 for $63 million ended up costing taxpayers $24 per 100,000 of assessed property value. Assuming we need $35 million, let's say it costs $15 per 100,000. That means an average home worth about $1.5 million will be paying about $225 a year, or $18.75 a month. To those crying about keeping our fire department local, I have a question for you. Is paying $18.75 a month worth having fire stations that are modern and up to earthquake code? Before you answer, let's also not forget that we need to increase wages for our first responders, as we are about 12% lower than surrounding cities. So to those who are out scaring residents, if you don't support both these options, then you truly do not support our fire department and its first responders. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly Osborne, and then Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Good evening, Holly Osborne, District 5. I just want to explain to you what the row option hybrid row means, because the term is not used anywhere in the DEIR, and I have heard several people say the wrong thing. And so this is just an education, because you guys are going to be speaking, because this is not the preferred option of the city of Redondo. It's Hawthorne Boulevard, but this is the option that the Metro engineers have said is going to be their recommendation. So, and I've just have one section, the Metro row between Artesia and Grant. I just brought that one up, okay? Because you're not supposed to go up there. That's why I do, so I can explain it to you, okay? So here's the configuration currently. Freddie the freight train goes straight through. There is the damage that was done when pipeline was repaired, and that was 4 years ago. It took 2.5 years to repair it, okay? So Freddie the freight train goes through right now. In the hybrid row option, they're going to be the 2 LRTs. Freddie the freight train is still straight, but the 2 LRT tracks are up here. Freddie does not scoot down in this option, Nils. Okay, and by the way, this configuration is the same as the trenched configuration that's further up in Lawndale, but this is not trenched. It's the trench configuration, but it's not trenched, okay? I just want to make sure people understand that. This is what it looks like from a side cutaway. The LRT structure will be, they say, 5 to 10 feet from people's houses. Actually, we've computed it. It's 6.5 feet. And a really neat guy, okay, is Mr. Hall from District 3, did some fancy stuff with the graphics and measured all these distances. He measured to the center track, but that's equivalent to 6.5 feet, okay, from the LRT structure to the property. 6.5 feet is how close it's going to be. So I just wanted you guys to understand what that is, so that you don't say stuff like, oh, we're going trenched. No, it's not going trenched, or that the freight train is swinging down. But we still have, let me go back to the current configuration right here. There are 4 pipelines in this configuration, 2 on each side of Freddie. The pipelines are all going to be moved when they cram the LRT up there, and they're going to be right along here, and so we can dig and dig and dig to bury them and create more sinkholes and more damage. Okay, you got the story. Thank you. Now you're all experts.
Thank you, Holly. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and then Kevin Mitchell.
Hi, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. Last week, the C-line recommendation topic got cut short at the Metro Board Committee meetings. Director Holly Mitchell arranged for another month before it goes to the full board because the row hybrid alternative was never introduced in depth. I saw the presentation on Thursday, so now bearing in mind, we first have to live through 8 years of construction. This is the initial response. Trenching under 170th and 182nd only mitigates emergency response disruptions. Designating a quiet zone won't mitigate any real issues. Horn blowing twice a day is negligible. Trench construction creates even more intense impacts. Earth-pounding shoring with our homes and Pacific Crest Marble Mausoleum on unstable soil. BNSF shoring manual states, installation of shoring by vibratory or impact hammers has the potential to cause dynamically induced subsidence of existing structures. That's what we're worried about. Unmitigable, unlivable air quality during 8 years of construction. Dishonestly presenting sound walls when they've confirmed infinitely no walls on the west side of the right-of-way, not even at the 20-plus foot berm. Hybrid construction takes 15 months longer than Hawthorne Boulevard, so faster is out the window and cheaper is just insulting when you consider what's spent on other projects. Now remember, 3 cities prefer Hawthorne Boulevard route: Hawthorne, Lawndale, and Redondo Beach. So who's following the Boeing safety cover-up? Warnings by safety engineers got swept away, whistleblowers were dismissed, their jobs were threatened, and sometimes even physically threatened. Boeing's egregious negligence resulted in plane failures endangering passengers. Most everyone is aware of East Palestine, Ohio. Norfolk Southern ignored their own employees' concerns, resisted accountability, and now have a town full of sick people, prognosis unknown. Now for us, how can anybody in any position guarantee the safety of commingling liquid petroleum gas so closely with human populations to the extent Metro is proposing? We as a community implore you as our city representatives to insist Metro take the proactive approach on safety for this project. On another note, to state on record, Torrance's transit advocate community has reached a new low by invading our neighborhood Zoom meeting and assaulting us with their disgusting pornographic video of a brunette. One blurted out, "That's Nikki." The perpetrators have been identified by our team. That's quite a violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Mitchell, and then Desiree Galassi.
Good evening, Council. Kevin Mitchell, District 3. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Obaji and Kalyadarovich for coming to Metro. Thank you. We needed your voices and your efforts. As you know now, the locally preferred alternative is this hybrid row option. So I've sort of got some questions I'd be like to see, the Metro Board ask Metro specifically. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about that. So one, why was liquid petroleum gas freight not discussed in the DEIR? So they avoided this topic completely, and they avoided it in public discussion. And they continue to avoid it. The cars are about 20 feet apart. They had actually done illustrations, which I emailed these to you guys, that sort of demonstrate that the catenary system, which is the electrical system of the train, is exactly the same height as the fill valves of these LPG trains, and they're 20 feet apart. There's a known circumstance called catenary flashovers. So these happen when the electrical lines get overloaded and you essentially have this electronic plasma event that happens and stuff goes crazy. They've had instances of gigantic fires with these. There's one in particular of a freight line, electric freight with electric cars on it that pretty much got destroyed. That was in the Netherlands a year ago. So these things are not a perfect science. So in a way, I feel like they're using this part of the line to possibly say, look, we did it here, Torrance, we want to do it the rest of the way through the row, all the way to Long Beach. So that's why I think they're trying to stay here so tightly. So the other question I would have for them is where else in LA Metro system does this configuration occur? And it really doesn't. This is the only freight line, this hazardous freight line where these things will be together. So there's more, but I don't have time. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Desiree?
There. Shocking news, I'm not going to talk about pickleball. I actually came this evening to, I don't know if you guys are aware, because I think this information was sent to our city manager, and I see that he's not here, but the California Office of Historic Preservation is not in support of combining the Preservation Commission with planning. I'm not speaking on behalf of the commission, I'm just bringing you information that was actually sent, I think, on my way here. I actually read this in the car on.
Yeah, we're aware of that. That's why we pulled it.
Awesome. Okay, so let me go to the next thing. I see that you're wanting to merge the library and historical commissions with other commissions. And I want to maybe suggest that you merge these two commissions with public art instead and change the scope and the name to the Cultural Arts Commission, or in Culver City, they call it the Cultural Affairs Commission. And I went to their website and they list their responsibilities as acting as an advisory, in the advisory capacity to the City Council on matters pertaining to the enrichment of the community through fine arts, visual arts, performing arts, arts education, historic preservation, and cultural issues. And I would say that, you know, literature is a cultural art. And so I see all of those things together, and I see us as a community becoming a city of vibrant arts. I think we're lacking in this city. I think we can do a whole lot more in terms of offering classes and a bunch of other things. Just for transparency's sake, I am a singer. Before a pickleball player, I sing with Angel City Chorale. We were in America's Got Talent. We were semifinalists. And so I've produced concerts myself. I am, you know, really, this is a passion of mine to see that we grow in this area, in this city. So I would ask that you look into joining the Library, Historical, and Arts, Public Arts Commission, and reframe the scope of it. And happy to work on that with you if you need more information. Thanks.
Thank you for the constructive input. Appreciate that. Anyone else wishing to address non-agenda items?
Good evening, Mayor Light, City Council, City Staff, Mark Hansen, King Harbor Voter. Tonight, I just wanted to announce that we had the formal opening day ceremonies for both Port Royal Yacht Club and King Harbor Yacht Club this month. Port Royal just a couple days ago on Saturday, and King Harbor Yacht Club a couple weeks ago on April 7th. Holding a opening day of the season in California is a bit of a misnomer, seeing as we go boating 365 days a year. But we kind of model it after the Northeast, where they actually have to wait for the ice to melt to go boating. And our big joke is that the only melting ice is in our libations. But we have a great ceremony. We certainly want to thank Mayor Light for attending both ceremonies, giving a little overview on all the cool upcoming harbor recreational amenities we're going to have. And he thanked voters for their contributions to the harbor. Our harbor area councilman, Lowenstein, was able to join us for the Port Royal Yacht Club event. We had a lot of great representation from the local government organizations. We had field reps from the offices of Congressman Liu, State Senator Allen, Assemblyman Marisucci, and Supervisor Mitchell. Our own Baywatch and Harbor Patrol and police boat were absolutely wonderful. They got all maneuvered in a perfect position as we shot off the ceremonial cannon. They lit up their lights, sirens, and had their water cannons crossing each other, which was really, really cool. So obviously it's a bit of a misnomer to have an opening here in California, but it is spring, it is getting warmer, and the Thursday night twilight sailboat races have just started. So for the public that's listening, if you'd like to come down and go sailing, no experience necessary. Come down about 5 p.m. to the King Harbor Yacht Club on a Thursday. We'll put you on a boat and you can go out and be in a real sailboat race. Come back and have a burger and a trophy presentation. We have a bunch of angler groups in the harbor. 2 of them meet at King Harbor Yacht Club first Monday. That's easy to remember. Traipse down the King Harbor Yacht Club 6 p.m. on the first Monday, and 2 fishing groups will be there that you can meet with and go out on local and distance fishing groups. And of course, as always, our 2 outrigger canoe groups, Lanakila and Nahoa, they have formal novice coaches just for doing the job of bringing new people in and teaching them. Last 2 months, they've been going hot and heavy, getting new people in the paddling. So everybody who's listening, come down and use your harbor. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address any non-agenda items?
Hi, my name is Georgette Gantner, District 2, and good evening to everybody. I just want to address an issue that you're all aware of regarding the Beach Cities Health District improvement, that the proposal for improvement. I'd just like to emphasize it's an important entity. I've been a member for 18 years. I've been an avid runner, and I've really kept quite healthy because of this entity, and it's pulled me through injuries and so forth. And I hope that the development in some form will go through. I hope it does. It is a 70-year-old building. It needs retrofitting. It needs enlargement for exercise facilities. Since the first of the year, there's been a surge in enrollment, and the classes are just getting tighter and tighter. It's harder to get in. You have to go online and reserve, which actually makes sense, but it does need improvement. I do agree that the proposal that they're making is way more ambitious. I don't know if they studied our city and did any history as far as Redondo Beach's reaction to overblown development, but I do think it's ambitious. Maybe as a response to this, the FAR or the floor area ratio I know has been proposed as a 0.75 as opposed to 1.25 that is more prevalent or is all prevalent in commercial buildings. I don't know why it's 0.75. It seems arbitrary, but I would just like to suggest the following. I think instead of doing this, because sometimes it's our tendency in the past to kind of block things, be contrary. I don't know if an attempt is being made, but I hope that the council, the city, whatever entities are involved, will go forth and be positive about this and make, continue to find some kind of a compromise that won't be 6 stories, that won't be such a block of a building. They don't need that much green space, but to go forward and in good faith, try to create an improvement and an improved property and exercise facilities and so forth. I know they take care of the aged. There's Alcove that helps younger kids. So it really is such an important entity in our community. So I hope that some kind of proposal will be made and improvement and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address non-agenda items? Come on down.
Good evening, Rahil Barani, District 3. I wanted to express my dismay on the proposal to move forward with spending $500,000 on the firing range study. I failed to see a business case. I failed to see any benefit to the citizens of Redondo Beach. The feds are doing it, the state's doing it, but we don't have to spend money like drunken sailors. Let's be fiscally judicious with the limited funding we have. So I hope you all reconsider that and hope we make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council on non-agenda items? Anybody online?
There's no one on Zoom, and we do have 2 e-comments submitted.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have no public hearings, no continued items, so now we will jump to item N1, discussion and possible action on Harbor Commission's role and area of responsibility for planning matters.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Greg Kapovich, Waterfront Economic Development Director. With me, I have Mio Iwasaki, Admin Analyst, also for the Waterfront Department. We are coming to you tonight in response to a strategic plan item. It's a discussion and possible action to potentially expand the purview of the Harbor Commission beyond their current jurisdiction. We did take this item before both of those commissions, in front of the Harbor Commission in February, in front of the Planning Commission in March. Mio will kind of go into the details there, but I think overall, we do have 2 great commissions that are experts in their fields. I think either way you land here tonight, the entitlement review process is in good hands. And I will turn it over to Mio with that.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, so the current jurisdiction of the Harbor Commission is limited to the yellow boundaries on the map. It's important to note that the Harbor Commission reviews all development entitlement applications, with the exception of proposed zone changes and general plan amendments, which would remain under the purview of the Planning Commission. The Harbor Commission's proposed expansion area can be seen by the red boundaries on the map. This would include all properties west of North Catalina Avenue and North Pacific Avenue. This list here isn't all-encompassing, but it does list some major properties within that expansion area. So as Greg mentioned, when we brought this item for discussion with the Harbor Commission back in February, they also made a recommendation to include Zuliger Park and Veterans Park as part of the expanded area. So this map here just outlines those 2 parks. So to no surprise, the Harbor Commission unanimously supported the expansion. I won't get into the nitty-gritty details, but they ultimately are recommending one decision-making body that is well-versed in the dynamics of the harbor area, like parking, traffic, and the various projects that are being executed down there. Last month, we were able to bring this item to the Planning Commission for their consideration, and although it was a split vote, the Planning Commission supported the expansion under the condition that conditional use permits or CUPs would remain under their purview. And then they also voted against the inclusion of Zuliger Park and Veterans Park as part of the expansion. So if City Council supports the proposed expansion, staff would prepare the text amendments to update these 2 maps seen in our municipal code. So this is not a time-sensitive item, and there are pros and cons to all the recommendations given by both commissions. You can also choose to leave everything as is and not make any changes, but we've listed those recommendations for reference here, but we'd love to hear your feedback, and we're here for any questions.
Just one point of order. The genesis of this wasn't to make a strong suggestion here. It was a strategic plan item that was brought forward a while back, and we've gone through the process. It was to include review by both the commissions and then provide that feedback to council for your consideration. So as was mentioned, this is not time sensitive. The council does not need to act on this now or even into the future. As Greg mentioned, things are working between the 2 commissions, and circumstances down the road could change to where it might lend itself to a different evaluation of these options. Depending on various outcomes. So with that, the ball is in council's court from a policy standpoint, and we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump in first. Since I was on the Harbor Commission when this came up, this was not something that was born out of the Harbor Commission itself. It was actually something that Bill Brand had advocated, and he's on the public record, and he's in an editorial in The Breeze in 2024 asking for let me quote here. There are a multitude of better balanced, seamlessly integrated alternatives that encompass almost the entire waterfront, including the 15 acres where CenterCal Properties plan to build them all, the 50-acre AES site, and the Edison right-of-way down to where Beryl Street meets 190th. And then later in 2017, he was also quoted in the paper in Easy Reader. He said, we've got 50 acres on the waterfront. We should be creating a comprehensive integrated plan to benefit everyone. Having almost the entirety of King Harbor waterfront under city control is a boon, but to ignore AES's 50 acres is piecemeal overdevelopment. And that's, he personally approached me multiple times about this. And then we got tasked out of the strategic planning effort to come up with our recommendation. And at the time, that's what we put together. We did not propose to take away what has never, or to implement what was never in the Harbor Commission's purview, which is zoning changes. It's the permit approval as well as the CUP, the conditional use permits approval. And the idea was, it actually got emphasized more by Bill as we approved the amenities plan, because it's likely that the implementation of the amenities plan will drive more parking and other elements that have to be covered per our LCP and by the Coastal Act, but won't fit in the harbor itself. Our harbor's built out at over 900,000 square feet, over 150 acres. And just to compare to Dana Point, they're 300 acres and 375,000 square feet of development too. So to implement things like the new Seaside Lagoon, the surf club, the education center, the boat ramp, it's likely we're going to run out of parking before we even start really addressing the commercial aspects of the harbor for revitalization. And that's why Bill was so concerned that we integrate this area into under one body. And so that's how this came about. So with that, I will turn it over to the rest of the councils. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. And the mayor and I have discussed this. I have three major concerns with this proposal. First one is the Harbor Commission has a lot on its plate right now, a whole lot, the amenities plan and everything else. And this is a huge expansion of that, first and foremost. Secondly, the commission most capable of handling the issues we're talking about, parking, traffic circulation, the development of non-residential structures. The commission with the experience and expertise in that area is undoubtedly the Planning Commission. And I think under the leadership of our new planning director, Mr. Mark Weiner, who's here with us tonight, they remain the most capable. Harbor Commission's great. They just don't have any recent experience with these type of issues, parking, traffic circulation, the development of non-residential structures, et cetera. So number two, between the two commissions, the Parking Commission is by far the most capable. And finally, and this is really important to me, the Planning Commission is tasked with being a holistic entity with respect to the zoning, physical development, and planning of the entire city. The entire city, north and south, everything in between, east and west. And that's important, how these particular properties are utilized for the benefit of the entire city. The Harbor Commission, on the other hand, understandably is focused on the harbor. And that's the way it should be. Everything's about the harbor. But that's why the Harbor Commission's jurisdiction has for a very long time been that portion of land that is exclusively the harbor, not harbor adjacent, harbor gateway, and everything else. So, and the Harbor Commission can continue to give informal comment and feedback on things happening in the city, just like the public. So for those three reasons, I'm not inclined to support this, but I first want to hear from the rest of the council and the public before any final decision.
Yeah, I just want to correct something. The Harbor Commission does work on non-residential buildings and planning and circulation. In fact, there's only a couple residential units in the harbor purview, and they've not done anything on those, but they've done a lot with commercial and boating uses. So they do understand circulation. They do understand approving building things. For example, the whole revitalization of what's going to be the California Surf Club was under their purview, and that included parking, that included the building itself, but it also included the CDP, our LCP. And what we've seen recently with the Planning Commission, and another reason Bill was concerned, was the whole Catalina Village fiasco, where the Planning Commission approved something that violated our LCP. So I disagree that there's one body that's better than the other on this. I do think, though, to Bill's vision, to integrate the uses that are near the waterfront is more efficient, more effective, and will lead to better projects than if we bifurcate the effort. It also stretches out the approval processes. And one thing I don't support, although I understand why the Planning Commission wanted it, is splitting. They recommended splitting the CDP from the CUP, and I just think that's two hearings that would have to be noticed. And if the two don't match, then it's got to either go back to the original commission or to the council to adjudicate. And I don't think that's good from a inviting business to our harbor perspective. So with that, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. So for years in this city, and I've been involved since 2015, which I don't feel is very long. It's always been talked about creating a comprehensive plan and creating a holistic view of the harbor. And that red area right there, the AES site, power line, that's all a part of that plan. In fact, the statement that was read earlier really speaks to the comprehensive contiguous plan from the harbor going up into the AES site. And when we talk about the AES site, it should, this, to me, it really almost parallels the conversation with the Coastal Commission and the jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. You have the original jurisdiction area, which is, it is, I think, 100% in the Harbor Commission purview, but it's also up to the Coastal Commission zone, which is another 300 feet back from the first appealable zone from the first road and first something else, for exactly what it's 300 feet. Anyways, it's along Catalina Boulevard. So if you're talking about the Catalina or Harbor Commission, what you're talking about are the impacts and the integration of the community, such as the AES power plant site, Zuliger Park, and all these other areas. The Harbor Commission deals with leases. They see the leases, they see the impacts of leases. They deal with the traffic flows and patterns of the specialized vehicle uses, such as the boats, trailered boats, large boats, small boats, events. They deal with all the parking issues. They deal with, there is, like you correctly identified, some residential, but they're also dealing with sea level rise. And going back to the AES site specifically, as you can see from this photo up here, if you look at, I just want to point this out, banner lights up here, but we have these three blocks up here, right? Those are different colors, and this one actually is filled too. That's actually filled with water. The reason why that's filled with water is it's an ancient marshland, and actually there's a water system that comes out of Lomita, the marsh in Lomita, and flows underground and pops up right there. And 7 of those acres, Coastal Commission has deemed as marshland and shall be returned to as such. So I think it's integral from all the issues that we've been having here in the city to create some consistency across the board with the uses and the planning, what we're doing here, to include the AES site and just outside of that, including the other area going up that whole bluff. In fact, that very top part of that red part of that bluff, Mayor Brand correctly identified as you're coming down PCH, it's the only view shed that you're looking from there top. And, we were all there for the SCE or the power plant closing on December 31st. It's a gorgeous view. I mean, absolutely gorgeous, unbelievable, 180-degree view. It's going to be even better when the power plant's gone. So if a statement that was said earlier with the planning and progress, all the backroom history of what's been happening, of all of these Measure B, Measure G, Measure A, Measure DD included. I think it's integral for the Harbor Commission to have this in part of their area, because it will create less chaos in the future. It will create a more cohesive plan, cohesive vision for the residents to be able to say moving forward. So I do fully support this. And to your point, Mayor Light, the underlying zoning is going to be kept at the Planning Commission level. So you have a checks and balance there. You have two checks there in place to make sure one doesn't go. We don't even have that anywhere else in the city. That's phenomenal to be able to have something like that. That is a really strong and key point. So this is going to be a very valuable piece of property. So I think we definitely should be extending it to that area. Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I would concur with Councilmember Nierenheim for a couple of reasons. One of which is every time we talk about the deindustrialization of our waterfront, AES is mentioned, right? So the development of our coast does not stop at the water. It actually goes several blocks inland. Plus, the difference is, I agree with Councilmember Barrett about the fact that the Planning Commission does oversee the entire city, but the coastal zone is different. And the Coastal Commission is a very different animal. And I think it's very good. The Harbor Commission has a good grasp of everything that's going on within the Coastal Commission. And as Councilmember Nierenheim also said, there are wetlands there. We're looking at eventually restoring those wetlands. And there's unique circumstances within the AES property that really tie it to the rest of the harbor. I'm also not for bifurcating the CUP and the CDP. I think you're right in terms of having two different meetings. I think it's unnecessary red tape, and quite honestly will delay things a lot. But I also don't think that we should also include Zuliger Park and Veterans Park within the purview of the Harbor Commission. I think that should still stay outside of that. So I personally would agree with this, with the exception of the park, those parks being still where the result should still be in effect with the Planning Commission or whoever it is that would oversee those. But I'm supportive of what you're saying. And again, it has to be comprehensive. We've gone about this way too long in terms of separating out the area just beyond the Harbor Commission's viewpoint. So I would agree. So thank you.
Okay, having heard both sides, perhaps a compromise is to change the jurisdiction area to just include the AES. Expanding the jurisdiction just to the AES site.
I don't understand why we wouldn't. That's.
Yeah, okay. And anybody from the public wish to address this item? Yang Cho?
No. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city leadership. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I agree with what was shared by the council member Barron. I love the city. I represent the property mentioned in the report. That's 811 North Catalina Avenue, as well as 777 North Francisca. We've been running successful business since the late 90s. Very much enjoyed and also provided service to the community. We received the CUP from the city with the Planning Commission and successfully developed. And it's been a great asset to the city and community. And what I see is having both successful commissions, well established, as Mayor Light mentioned, instead of looking at it as a bifurcating, what if we looked at it as combined, the two commissions look at putting together comprehensive plan for the entire city. As all the leaders have mentioned, the waterfront is very important. I personally am excited as a resident of long time and raising family here to see something happening in the waterfront, and I support that effort. And because it is so important, I support to have both commissions be in place and work together with the city leadership to come up with a plan that works for all of us, particularly as children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to address this item?
Good evening, Mayor Light, City Council, City Staff, Mark Hansen, King Harbor Boater. I'm going to first read for a prepared statement I actually sent over to you late this evening. I've been boating King Harbor for 64 years, have supported harbor development activities for 25 years, and recently proudly served for a year on the working group for the King Harbor Public Amenities Plan. I strongly support the concept contemplated by the city's strategic plan submitted by the Waterfront Department, unanimously supported by the Harbor Commission, to expand the Harbor Commission area of responsibility. For decades, the community at large has recognized it would be logical to coordinate the development of the harbor area and the power plant area. With the recent approval of the Harbor Amenities Plan and the pending resolution of the legal issues surrounding the power plant property, now would be a great time to coordinate these areas under one commission. 3 members of the Harbor Commission served on the Harbor Amenities Working Group, and 2 others are marina tenants who very closely followed and commented on the plan prior to its submission to the City Council. Having served on that working group, I can corroborate that the Harbor Commission is very well versed in the dynamics of the harbor area and could best holistically assess the impacts of future planned developments, ensuring a cohesive, integrated approach to development in and around the harbor area. The Planning Commission contemplated the potential of splitting up the functions such that the hands-on planning work would be accomplished by the Harbor Commission, but the conditional use permit approvals would remain with the Planning Commission. This would seem to be unnecessarily unwieldy, requiring 2 levels of approval for all new projects. After completing the detailed planning work, the Harbor Commission would seem to be better positioned to consider CUPs in a timely manner. I highly recommend that the area of responsibility for the Harbor Commission be expanded to include responsibility for the approval of conditional use permits. With my remaining time, I just wanted to respond to Councilman Barrett's concern about traffic and circulation. As mentioned, I've been attending Harbor Commission meetings for 25 years now, along with every Planning Commission meeting, Recs and Park Commission meeting, and City Council meeting that has anything whatsoever to do with the harbor. Obviously, just spent a year with the Harbor Commissioners on that Harbor Amenities Plan. These guys rolled up their sleeves and worked their tails off on traffic and circulation. And I would submit to you that what they were dealing with, those complexities, far exceed pretty much anything I've seen anywhere else in the city. So I just want to put you at ease, Councilman Barrett, that these guys are great at traffic and circulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
Georgette Gantner. I was just wondering, because I don't fully understand this, so you don't have to go into great detail, but just curious, how would this change if the Harbor Commission was now in charge of the planning and so forth over the Planning Commission? How would this affect AES and that current owner? Is this squeezing them in? Is this a manipulation of any kind? Just out there?
No, this would affect any projects that would come forward on that property.
Okay, but.
So it doesn't affect the current power plant, the current owner.
How much longer does he own that property, or is that
Well, we don't know.
unseen?
That's in court.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, because it's almost as if you guys are talking about it like it's open now, it's available now, which, I mean,
Yeah, this only affects
that's
when
hope.
somebody comes forward with a plan or if the city leads a plan.
What are the pros and cons then of keeping it with the Planning Commission as opposed to the Harbor Commission?
Well, that's what we're debating.
That's what you're debating. Okay, good, thank you.
Evening, Mayor, Council, Ross Stretzenberg, District 1. As a former planning commissioner, I look at this in a bigger picture and a comparative picture. Both are 7-member citizens' bodies, both of which, to my understanding, any decision of which can be appealed to this council. So that stays there ultimately, regardless of which one has jurisdiction over a specific area. The expertise and the workload, they ebb and flow. When I first came onto the Planning Commission, I had worked in commercial construction. I had some, but I definitely learned a lot. The makeup of the Harbor Commission has a little more specificity to it with the different members and the requirements of those members, but that would not preclude them being good members to look at any aspect, such as circulation or the particular land use. So I don't see a big difference. I see it more as a sharing the workload. And the planning, as I said, that can ebb and flow. The Planning Commission definitely can have, we had the Galleria when I was on there, that was the big thing. Prior to that, the Harbor Commission had the waterfront, that was the big thing for them. So there's not a perfect answer, but I don't see this as any real issue of changing these jurisdictions. And I would actually support putting this under the jurisdiction, the areas proposed, not the parks, but the areas proposed in the last slide, under the Harbor Commission, and have them look at it as a more, that area being a more holistic view of, it's part of the harbor. It is part of the city too, but it really is, and we would want it to be, I believe, as part of the harbor. So in the big picture, it's not a huge difference. As I said, both of them ultimately appealable to the city council, which will likely happen in any controversial case. That would definitely be there. So you get that. Definitely do not support splitting the baby option of having the cup stay at the Planning Commission. That's just unwieldy, and there's too many knots and ties with that. So, but I would definitely support what was proposed, I believe, on the last slide of the areas, but not the two parks, not adding to that, and keeping the cups with the Harbor Commission for those areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Anybody online?
We do not have any hands raised on Zoom, and there are no e-comments.
Okay. I do want to just, Mark brought up a good point. Between all the work that's gone on in the harbor and the Center Cal project, I believe from a traffic circulation perspective, the Harbor Commission has way more experience with traffic circulation on a big project than the Planning Commission. And certainly with parking, we saw the mistake again that the Planning Commission made where they were actually, their vote violated the Coastal Act and our LCP. So I think it goes beyond that. I honestly believe that some of what we do in the amenities plan will overflow the harbor, and we'll need places to offload that. And that's why I believe rather than go between two commissions, it's better to have one that can adjudicate this across a broader land area. It's not like it's a big land grab. Right now they have 150 acres if you include the water. It's not a huge chunk of the city. And as to workload, I've attended the Planning Commission meetings. They've got a lot on their plate and a lot of small projects. What they don't have a lot of experience with is the city's projects, and that's where the Harbor Commission is actually a participant, an active participant. They're participating in the design of the Seaside Lagoon. They'll be participating in the design of the boat ramp. And that's where, as they understand that circulation with those two elements, which is due to come up with the boat ramp, they need to, I believe we need to give them the authority to look at other areas outside their current purview to meet some of what I think are going to be choke points to get these big public amenities that we've promised the community to get those going and not have to stretch out the bureaucracy by letting the Harbor Commission do part of it and then go plead or testify at the Planning Commission and then get them to approve it before they approve their final project that's in their area. I just see us creating a big bureaucracy. I see us slowing down progress, which is already slow, and I'm very disappointed to hear that some aren't supporting this small integration of tasks in an area that's going to be one of our hottest focuses over the next 5-10 years. So I would ask you to reconsider. And with that, Councilmember Narenheim.
Oh, sorry, I didn't take mine down.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take it down.
So you don't need it?
I'm good.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Before I share, I'd be curious to hear from Commissioner Wayne Craig, Planning Commissioner Wayne Craig, who usually has an opinion or two and has been in the city for a long time, worked on the waterfront, and spent some time now on the Planning Commission. What are your thoughts, Mr. Craig? Want to yield your power to the Harbor Commission?
Well, first, I'm only going to speak as an individual. I'm not the chair of the commission. I don't think it'd be fair for me to speak on behalf of 7 other people, the 7 people in total. One of the major things that we saw from the waterfront problems in the past is that we got ourselves in this mess because everything was done piecemeal for years. I mean, how many years did it take before we were able to buy up the leases so we could actually have control again of the harbor, which is the only thing that the Harbor Commission was able to do back then, was just negotiate lease deals or change them around. So that took a lot of time just to get that under control. We in the commission, I'm speaking by myself, I think overall, we all agreed that one thing that was really lacking and something that we said we didn't have experience with is what to do with the AS site as far as how it relates to the harbor, because there is an overlap. There definitely is. What kind of overlap that is, I mean, it could be parking, it could be boat storage, it could be a lot of different things. Now, again, we're not talking about putting high mass stuff storage over there. That was something that was very clear from the chair. And I think the only real disagreement that was among the panel, and this is really minor, was just how far up the street it would go. In other words, would it go all the way to Catalina, or would it go a little bit further down? The only concern I had was going all the way to Catalina. I was concerned about traffic, just because that's right the main entrance of the city. And the other idea was that's where the big sign is and everything. If we had something potentially large built up over there, that really didn't want that to be the first view that you come into the city. Mayor Light made it very clear. I've talked to Bill many times about the issue of, God, if we had a great view going into the city right over there. I mean,
He wanted to extend it all the way up 190th Street.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean.
Harbor Commission drew the line and said, no, we're not going to go across PCA.
Yeah, and we even talked, over the years about, what could be done when the power lines come down, what could be done in the whole area. I mean, so I had a lot of talks with him about that over the years. But and I think the only reason why they wanted to bifurcate some of the CDP and CUP stuff was when I first asked the question about it, I said, well, does this include zoning, or is it the CDP or CUP? And we were told it included all of it. And then another commissioner asked for clarification and said, well, wait, is it also zoning or not? So there's a little bit of confusion, I think, in the description process of that. And that's how that, I think, it ended up on that. Again, I don't want to speak for the whole commission, just my recollection.
But the commission did ultimately vote for the jurisdiction change. Just the one caveat they put in was they wanted CUP approved.
Right, and the commission also voted as a majority to include all the way to Catalina. So there's just, I think a couple of us were concerned about how far up it will go. That was about the only real main difference. But I think it's important that we do this. It makes sense for the Harbor Commission to have, some planning on it, because that's one thing that our chair was mentioning, that we really want to have a general plan for that area. I mean, it was sorely lacking. We don't have anything that's really planned out. And we didn't feel as a planning commission, we were able to do that. And that was made very clear. So to answer your question, I think we really needed to, Redondo's unique as a harbor. Most cities just have a planning commission, but we have a harbor. Now, when you go to other harbors, I think I mentioned it to some of the council members, like Dana Point, for example. I drove up and down the coast when I was doing testifying for the Coast Commission on Measure C and checked out other harbors. And they're laid out very different from ours, very efficiently and very done. I mean, we have a recreational harbor, which should be a gem of the South Bay, and it's kind of a hodgepodge. And thankfully, we're making changes and it is getting better, but we have a lot of work to do. And I think that as a larger general plan, we thought that the Harbor Commission was more ideally situated to do that planning. So to answer your question, I mean, I think we're generally in agreement. The CDP, CUP thing, I think was the only real confusion part on it. Perhaps maybe, again, I'm only speaking for myself and my recollection. So if you needed a formal response back from the commission, I'm sure Commissioner Chair Hazelton could be happy to provide that for you in writing.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Craig. So just a couple things I wanted to correct for the record. On Catalina Village, when the Planning Commission approved that project, they were faced with an attorney chewing them out, saying that they had to approve it through 4 hearings under the Housing Accountability Act, threatening litigation, and they did not have an attorney advising them. So they were totally unprotected and influenced. Staff itself didn't have a great understanding at the time of the interaction of the Housing Accountability Act and the Coastal Act, and so could not give, without legal counsel, the best advice to the Planning Commission. In addition, one of the cases I've heard you, Mr. Mayor, make about this is, that could be a site, the the space up above the power plant site or any one of those spots could be a place for dry dock upright storage, boat storage, mast up storage. That'll kill the view that you were saying was so fabulous, or that people, Councilmember Nierenheim
A
said
mast
was so.
is 6
I'm
inches.
talking.
I apologize. You got it.
That Councilmember Nierenheim said was great up there. And thirdly, when you speak of experience of the harbor commissioners, we just appointed a harbor commissioner. She had no experience on the harbor commission before she got appointed. Every one of these commissioners has no experience on the commission until they're appointed. And in fact, Mayor Brand loved appointing people with no experience in the field. He appointed some guy who had applied to a planning commission. He appointed him to the budget and finance commission, despite him having no budget and finance commission expertise. He said, that's exactly whose perspective I want on the subject matters. So every one of these commissioners, they're volunteering their time. They take their duties seriously. I've seen the planning commission take its duties very seriously, study every one of the projects before it, make changes to even the Grub House when it came before them in District 4, who I pressed them, hey, we absolutely want this project to come to District 4. They said, yeah, but they need to insulate the neighborhood from noise and so on and so forth. And we're very considerate about the impacts of the project. So they imposed some conditions for that. I understand the need and the desire to have the Harbor Commission give its 2 cents relative to the harbor on these sites in this zone. So a compromise I'm willing to support is that any CUP, CDP that's in that red zone goes first, if we could put that back up, goes first to the Harbor Commission for an advisory opinion to the Planning Commission, and ultimately the Planning Commission makes a determination. That way, we ensure that we're taking this holistic view to the area, and the Harbor Commission puts its harbor-centric focus stamp of approval or recommendation, at least makes the Planning Commission aware of what its recommendation is. So that's
I'm okay
So a
with
couple
that.
counters here.
I was going to say, I think that's a fair compromise.
I don't for multiple reasons. First off, on the view, there's a mast up dry storage with some boat masts sticking up in the air is a lot different than a 185-foot power plant that's probably over 1,000 feet long. And so if you think masts are ugly, then the whole harbor is ugly because it's filled with masts, and you can see the sunset right through those masts. And you're up on a hill, I think you'd be looking right over those masts. And it's not like we're defining that the whole 50 acres would have to be masts. I think that's a ridiculous exaggeration of what's going to happen. It's going to be a lot of wetlands and parkland, assuming the city gets control of the property. Secondly, I think you're introducing bureaucracy that need not be there. You're saying what your compromise is, we have to go to two different commissions for decisions that will hold up what we need to do in the harbor on the amenities plan. So anything that has to overflow from the harbor automatically now has to go to 2 commissions, and the Harbor Commission cannot finalize its decisions until they hear what the Planning Commission does. You might as well just say everything in the harbor and the coastal zone in that area, just go straight to City Council, because you're just causing a different type of bifurcation than what the Planning Commission has recommended. The Planning Commission has agreed to the jurisdiction change. Their only ask is that we split the CDP and the CUP, which I disagree with, but they agreed to the jurisdiction change. So I don't think, oh, you're back up. Okay, so I will turn the floor over to Nels. And sorry for stepping on you there, Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, I hear what is being said, and I'm looking at the past history. One of the reasons why Mayor Brandt wanted new blood and new experience was, and that was one of the things I really pushed for, was new blood, because correcting a lot of the errors of the past. And when you put somebody on the commission, they don't have any experience. If you look up here, none of us had any experience except for one person, Councilmember Lowenstein. right? None of us were on the city council beforehand. So yeah, there's learning to do, but that's why they're all staggered and they work with each other. While I like the idea of this advisory idea, first step Harbor Commission and then Planning Commission, using the Catalina one as an example, they only have, 4 hearings or 5 hearings to go to. If that doesn't count as a hearing, their person's not even going to show up to that, to the commission. It's in many ways just a waste of time. So that's not really business friendly. It's not development friendly. It's not process friendly. It's definitely not government friendly. You're just kind of going through the paces. It wouldn't even count as a hearing. So again, going to the impacts and seeing from all these years of what's going on when a project comes in, or when the Harbor Commission deals with some stuff close to the harbor, or the Planning Commission deals with stuff close to the harbor. I mean, Planning Commission doesn't even have that much experience when it comes to the Coastal Commission and the jurisdictional boundaries and the requirements. Harbor Commission has a phenomenal amount of experience and understanding of that, and they'd be far greater adept at being able to answer the 300-foot rule regarding appealable zones for the Coastal Commission. And they're dealing on a one-on-one basis with the Coastal Commission issues, even now today with not having the AES site, they constantly deal with the AES as part of their decisions. What's going on in over there, the parking, the storage. I mean, whether or not the massed up storage is going to be impacted with the views. I mean, that is a direct issue with the Harbor Commission. And I know when we designed Measure C and going through that, where are we going to put the parking? Harbor Commission would have no say, no ability to talk about being able to put a parking structure across the street. They can just make an advisory vote or say or whatever, it is. So I really do see the Harbor Commission on the ASI as I'm looking at it. It makes a lot of sense. And I think the compromise has been made with not having Zuliger Park included, not having Veterans Park included, by kiboshing going across PCH. And to the point of the CUP and I don't agree with that either. Splitting that up doesn't make any sense. That's not contiguous. And this, I'll just throw in here, as looking at the Seaside Lagoon, the water the Seaside Lagoon gets comes from the AES power plant site. So while it's temporary, it is a good piece of history that everyone should know. That is part of the power plant site. So.
And there are still rights of ways that go from the AES site through the harbor.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
And AES owned.
Okay.
Yeah, it's true.
Did you want to talk again, Councilmember Obaji?
So I'll make a motion to adopt the, let's see, which commission there? Adopt the Harbor Commission vote changes. They wanted, let me make sure I'm reading this correctly here. Motion expanding the Harbor Commission purview to include the properties of the red. I'll just make a motion to accept the red line area, to not bifurcate the CUPs.
And to exclude the 2 parks.
And exclude the 2 parks. Yeah, that would be my motion.
I'll second that motion.
A motion and a second. Councilmember Obaji.
Sure, I'm looking at the calendar for this month. The city, Harbor Commission scheduled to meet May 13, 2024. Planning Commission scheduled to meet May 16, 2024. It doesn't really matter whether the applicant attends or not. If staff knows what the project is, they've submitted the plans for it. It's prepped already to go to the Planning Commission on the 16th. It can be presented by staff to the Harbor Commission, and the Harbor Commission can offer its written or oral opinion on the things that need to be considered or addressed by the Planning Commission, and thereby impart its wisdom, its infinite wisdom on the waterfront to the Planning Commission. So I just don't see this claim that it's going to slow things down. It's not like it's not like the waterfront amenities plan is moving at lightning pace. It's not, as far as the eye can see, nothing has changed down there, with the exception of the private development, since this process was undertaken about a year and a half, 2 years ago. I realize that change is occurring. Change in this city goes very slowly for any number of reasons.
So let's slow it down more.
It's not going to slow it down more. It's still going to make it to the planning commission on its meeting date. It's just going to be, visit the harbor commission beforehand if my proposal compromise is adopted. But
No, what you're doing is you're bifurcating the effort because when the harbor commission is ready to approve the boat ramp or the Seaside Lagoon or any other development down there that requires overflow into AES, the dirt farm site, the Redondo site, any of those properties, you're going to have to wait on that approval, which is a hearing that has to be noticed with how long do you have to notice a hearing?
Usually 10 days.
Yeah, 10 days. And you have to wait to hear what the planning commission says, or we got to split it into two projects. We have the harbor, we have the boat ramp, and then we have the parking overflow for the boat ramp as a separate project that goes to the harbor, to the planning commission. It makes no sense. We're creating ridiculous bureaucracy for nothing. I just don't understand why you guys can't understand that, but I'm getting emotional about this. I'm gonna settle down and just, we'll go for a vote, and we've got a motion and a second. Is there any counter motion or substitute motion?
Will you make your substitute motion?
I'll make a substitute motion that in this red box area, not the parks, the decisions contemplated to be assigned to the harbor commissions, those will be a recommendation. It'll have recommendation or advisory authority during its commission meeting before the planning commission, before those decisions go, if the project falls within that red area, and that we revisit this in about a year's time for any adjustments to that authority.
I second that.
Okay, we have a substitute motion and a second.
Can I make a friendly amendment to that?
Sure.
That we don't put a year's time on it, that we can bring it back whenever needed.
I mean, I'd like to see where things shake out relative to the, if any of the sites there, major sites there change hands, and see if.
Well, that's what I mean. It can be a year from now, it could be.
Sure. All right, I'll withdraw that part of the motion and just provide historical commission with advisory authority and direct staff essentially to put the stuff in that zone that's going to the planning commission on the agenda for the preceding harbor commission meeting, so that the harbor commission can impart its advice on the subject matter to the planning commission.
Seconded.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'll keep this very, very brief. You're basically almost saying that the planning commission should also be an expert on things that are coastal commission related. That's almost like saying the harbor commission should also be experts on things that are done up at the Galleria. I mean, that's how different it is. That the coastal zone is very unique for our city. We're not even saying extending it to PCH where the coastal zone starts. We're saying it really areas contiguous, a small area that's contiguous to the harbor. We're not even saying, the other areas like the village or any of these other places. We're just saying something that is directly related to development in the harbor, especially the largest parcel. And I don't understand why we wouldn't task people that are experts in the Coastal Commission, dealing with the Coastal Commission, with that responsibility. I understand what you guys are saying. I just think that it's a lot of responsibility that's also on the Planning Commission. And I understand the harmonization of making sure that everything in the city works out well, but this is a very unique area. As Mayor Light has said, I think the coastal commissioners, the harbor commissioners are very uniquely suited to help decide on things that are waterfront and coastal dependent. And I think that's where this comes in. because so much of that is part of the decision-making and from the Coastal Commission. It's also about providing access to the coast. All these things that the Coastal Commission emphasizes should be really what the Harbor Commission focuses on, not necessarily the Planning Commission. That's why I think it makes sense. You know, everything we're talking about is coastal dependent, pretty much, for the most part. So I said I'd keep it brief. That's about as brief as I'm going to make it. So, thank you.
Can I respond briefly to that?
Sure.
If I might, I just wanted to say that I see your point. It's valid. At this time, I don't see the immediate need for it. And I think that there may be one in the future at a more pressing time, and we could absolutely revisit it then, but I'm just not ready to make that change right now.
I just hate to wait till after we need it.
Yeah, boring.
We should be able
You
to
have
be
to move
proactive, and
fast.
I'm disappointed that it looks like we're going towards more bureaucracy instead of streamlining.
Mayor
At a
Light,
time when we're saying we want to revitalize, we're almost doing the opposite of what we've advertised we would do. But with that, I'll call the vote.
But hold on, I want to respond to, that speech where he was saying what I was saying.
Very quickly.
So what this area is zoned for is park, a lot of this, the large property, park and conditional industrial uses. What I heard the mayor talk about all the time, when he wasn't talking about battery storage there, was a great park. And then when he was done talking about a park, he talked about a park. And when he was talking about a park, then he talked about a park and sometimes wetlands there.
You mean Mayor
And
Brandon?
so, yes. And so, and what's interesting is you just cut out of the proposed jurisdiction you were going to give the Planning Commission, the Harbor Commission, the parks. For whatever reason, you didn't think that they should have authority over those parks. And what I hear constantly from the Planning Commission that I love is their complaints about the lack of open space in Redondo Beach, the need to increase our parklands, the needs to restore native plants in our parklands, the needs to implement native plants throughout the city. So I think they're best suited to address the zoning for that property. And I'm willing to revisit it at a later time.
I would agree with what you said, except he used the word waterfront park. He didn't just say park. He would always say waterfront park. We need a great waterfront park.
Sure, yeah.
And neither of those two areas are potentially under the scope of development, the possibility of development. And won't be for any time in the near future. This will be, and that's the point of having contiguous oversight over that. That's why. But, at the end of the day. it
And
is
if
what
you
it is.
think the Harbor Commission isn't protective of public open space, you're wrong. The whole amenities plan is about public amenities on public land. They've been pushing for native plants. They've been pushing for revitalization of Moonstone Park, which we've had supposedly had money for decades. So I totally disagree with you're characterizing Planning Commission as this holier than thou, and you're disregarding that the Harbor Commission has fought for the same things, and in the face of things like the Center Cal lawsuit, where the council didn't want things that the Harbor Commission was pushing at the time. So I disagree with that one's better than the other. I do think the integrated approach to this is what Bill wanted. I mean, he's the one who intimated to me what he wanted out of this. And this is largely reflective, except we didn't push it past PCH. So with that, we've had enough discussion for now. So I'm going to call the vote. So Councilmember Nairn.
Substitute motion. I was on the floor.
Substitute motion, yes. Councilmember Nairnheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barron.
Aye.
Okay.
If you want, Mayor Light, I can go grab the veto switch in the back, formerly known as the power switch, power plant.
Vetoes have to be in writing.
No, not for
No,
this.
not only if it's a resolution or a,
But that's right.
go ahead. Go ahead.
The city attorney, but usually for resolution ordinance, it's
5 days.
Yeah,
I'm not sure we've already,
this is not a resolution ordinance,
yeah, no, I know.
so you can veto it right
And
now.
that's my understanding.
And this is a policy direction. We would have to come back to formalize this advisory role that
So, I mean, just to cut it
Commission-
short, I'm not going to veto it. I'm just very disappointed in the council right now. So with that, let's see, going to N2.
Yes or no?
And to, I believe,
Discussion and
is
possible direction to staff
Mr.
regarding unlawful camping
yes.
provisions in the Redondo Beach Municipal Code.
Make a motion.
Mike covering that one.
Make a motion for a 5-minute break. Any appetite?
Anybody second?
You can take one.
Just kind of cool down for a second, return.
I'm cool. I'm cool.
We'll get him another Diet Coke.
I still have some left.
Okay,
I can be disappointed and still be cool.
that's right.
I think you're cool.
Mike. But I will remember. Oh, the city attorney showed up.
I'm sorry. I told you. So we have to-
Okay. So this is direction from the council to look at the factual basis that would support a stay-away order, extending it, that the one that we have around the pallet shelters in an area outside of the coastal zone around permanent supportive housing, such as that provided by Project Home Key. I'll give a brief reintroduction of how we're here, and I'm not recommending at this time you amend it to include a Project Home Key permanent supportive housing outside of transitional housing, but you may no longer need to do so, or we may get additional direction from the Supreme Court from their hearing yesterday. So you remember homelessness in the Ninth Circuit of California. The law regarding homelessness changed dramatically in September of 2018. And that's when a divided Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals held that the police could no longer enforce unlawful camping ordinances against unhoused individuals because it was unconstitutional when they didn't have an alternative space or legal place to camp. The court found that it was a violation of the Eighth Amendment prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. And they decided that, unlike previous cases where there wasn't punishment. There was just, in one case, a citation was given, and it wasn't filed, and they found it violated the Eighth Amendment. However, they did add in a footnote that even when shelter is unavailable, and at the time we had no shelter in the city of Redondo Beach, an ordinance prohibiting sitting, lying, or sleeping outside at particular times or in particular locations might well be constitutionally protected. And the court in Martin versus Boise relied on a depublished federal district court judgment out of LA, and it wasn't binding because they resolved it with, by stipulation, but the court in Martin versus Boise said they still agreed with the reasoning in Jones. And they talk about the unconstitutional manner of essentially criminalizing homelessness. And I think it was designed out of an understandable sentiment that it's something we all have to do to survive, and that if they have no other choice, no other location to go to, if they have no choice or other location, it's unfair to criminalize. Now, it didn't take into account that in many states in the Ninth Circuit, including California since 1998 because of a case in Ray Eichhorn, that necessity is a defense. And the beauty of relying on necessity, it's individualized. You don't have to show, the police wouldn't have to show at the time of enforcing or giving a citation that there's a bed available for John Doe before even writing a ticket, which can be difficult to do. They further made it difficult because you couldn't count some beds if they were run by religious organizations where there was some component of mandatory religious activity. Those beds didn't count. And it became very difficult to enforce it when we didn't have any locations at all. Now, they did in Jones talk about hours. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because when the council gave direction to go forward with the pallet shelter transitional housing, then I returned with two suggestions: that we amend our anti-camping ordinance, which could not be enforced as long as Martin versus Boise was the law in the Ninth Circuit, and that we extend a prohibition of 500 feet or yards potentially, and yards was the largest area I proposed or felt comfortable with, and we adopt the City of San Clemente ordinance that it had any camp, camp tent had to be taken down after 10 a.m. and until 5 p.m. And that has been largely successful for us in avoiding the establishment of campsites that you see in many cities, because a lot of cities don't have this ordinance on the books. And the police can and have enforced when someone sets up camps. You have to tear it down at 10 and you can't put it up till 5. And you don't have the permanency. So we made, and I highlighted the two sections that we added, the council added at my suggestion, is that we made it illegal public property within the radius of 500 yards of emergency transitional housing facility that provides shelter, supportive services, safe parking, and storage to people experiencing homelessness when signage was posted. And then as soon as you pass that, I think in first day of December in 2021, maybe, or 2020, and it went into effect January 1st the following year. We also added this entire section about enforcement, that absent exigent circumstances, we wouldn't enforce our anti-camping ordinance as long as Martin versus Boise was good law, and we still could enforce the hour section. And the reason for that was avoiding any sort of facial constitutional challenges to our ordinance that's on the books. One of the first, as I told the council repeatedly, when the mayor and council directed my office to be the lead on the enhanced response to homelessness, one of the things we learned from talking to the city of LA was we want to stay out of the federal court jurisdiction. We do not want to do anything that will allow a federal judge to take over, because the federal judge does not care what local elected officials, any of us, have to say about something. And you could see that in the city and county of LA lawsuit, where they had a settlement with the plaintiff, and the court still wouldn't accept the settlement. And now there's concern that, I think it was the city, was falsifying documents as to whether they made progress. And so we wanted to make certain that we could protect quality of life, but didn't do anything to fall afoul. And this was the map that I presented to the council at the time. Other cities had, I think LA had a 500-foot radius. The council wanted the maximum radius that we could reasonably defend, and that was 500 yards. And where there's a finding of fact that was found by the council that average blocks or streets are 1,000 to 1,500 feet. And so you can see we have a pretty protected, and it's been very successful. You know, we had a couple of calls, police had a couple of calls early on. But the reason for this, the justification was, in other places, such as Venice, it's a first come, first serve to emergency shelters. And what happens is, around the perimeter of the emergency shelters, encampments spring up. And they can't clear them because they don't have the hours protection we have. And people are incentivized to line up there because when someone walks away or gets permanently housed, if they're there, they get the next bed. Now, we don't have that system in Redondo. We've had a waiting list ever since before it opened, but we didn't want other people thinking that we had that system. And so we put up the signs, and that it's been successful. Now, as I mentioned, the council directed to explore factual findings that would support adding places outside the coastal zone, such as Project Home Key or other permanent supportive housing. But the justification for the camping ban on public property that works for, and were the reasons that we could defend the pallet shelter, which is transitional housing, doesn't apply to permanent supportive housing like Project Moonstone. There it's going to be an apartment. And it's going to be, hopefully, a project-based voucher system where names that the city's housing authority or the city or for Harbor Interfaith will recommend. I could not find any location, the county could not identify any location where, although there have been, I've heard reports of some problems, they're not of people lining up, camping outside to get into that place, and it doesn't make any logical sense. However, this may be entirely moot, depending on the oral argument that, depending on the decision of the Supreme Court in Grants Pass versus Johnson, which at the council direction, I joined in 2 amicus briefs, one that the Supreme Court take it, and one that I attached to this report that urged them to side with the plaintiffs. And we were one of, I think, 11 or 12 cities, but it was the International Municipal Lawyers Association, it was the city of Las Vegas, the city of Seattle, who principally drafted it. And there weren't a lot of California cities, although some, like LA, filed their own brief. And depending on the result, we may not need to have any of those special exceptions on the book. I listened to the entirety of the oral argument. It was interesting. And the results, it was interesting reading news articles. I think it was the New York Times and the LA Times. The LA Times said, Supreme Court seems divided on the homelessness issue. And the New York Times said, Supreme Court conservatives poised to, side with the plaintiffs or strike down the law. And I think the truth is somewhere in between. There appeared to be a majority that are highly skeptical of this extension of Eighth Amendment law and doing it before any filing, let alone any punishment. There was also a discussion of the necessity defense, and that could be Oregon has a similar necessity defense, and that is very individualized. It's up to that person. Grants Pass is like Martin versus Boise on steroids. Martin versus Boise, you had to have a bed for that person at that time before you took enforcement. Grants Pass was a class action lawsuit. You had to have more shelter beds than the number of homeless you have in your jurisdiction. And clearly, the justices that wrote the ordinance don't realize that that number of homeless can change hourly and daily. And there's no way to determine whether or not you have more shelter beds. There was also a good discussion of, and the Justice Department, the Solicitor General tried to take a middle ground, which was that it tried to take a middle ground. And one of the questions that was posed to the attorney arguing, and he didn't answer it very well, I think it was Justice Alito said he was from New Jersey. And there are lots of small towns in New Jersey. And the Solicitor General was talking about the larger cities. He goes, I could go on a 20-minute walk and go through 5 cities. What happens if the city next to Grants Pass, right across the border, has available shelter beds? Could they enforce the law? And they said, well, yeah, I think if it's right across the border. Okay, what if it's a 20-minute drive? Well, that's a problem because they've been residents of Grants Pass and you're forcing them out. So you're saying a police officer couldn't say, hey, I know there's beds available 20 minutes away, well, I'll drive you there. Otherwise, I have to give you a citation. And he didn't have a successful answer to that. So I don't know how much they want to get into it. On the other hand, there were, I think, 3 justices who were viewed as the more progressive justices. We're looking at a way out of it, that it may be moot in some way, that there are other ways to decide it based on the principle of constitutional avoidance. If they can decide a case without deciding a constitutional issue, that is preferred. And there were a couple of judges who you couldn't quite tell. They seemed skeptical of the rule and of Martin versus Boise and Grants Pass, but they were talking about specific time and place restrictions. And so the Supreme Court could provide direction on the specific time and place directions that would be constitutional, and that would be different. So the first option, likely option, could be they get rid of it and we go back to the old day and at the old time, and we will be very well prepared for necessity defenses. And because of all the things we've done, and we're currently working with Chief Hoffman and their department to make us even more prepared should Martin versus Boise and Grants Pass meet their demise. It's a little bit trickier if we get direction on time and place restrictions instead. And I'll give you, this is, if you can see it, this is the map that I showed the council back in the day. It was a referral from Councilman Nierenheim at the time, which was City of LA. There was a lot of fanfare about their coming up with, no camping zones surrounding places like parks, daycare, schools, things like that. So I asked Ryan Tucker from the city, and he did an excellent job. Okay, prepare one of those for us. And the council did not want to do it because it had the very unintended consequence of forcing the camping into residential areas that I don't think your residents would be particularly pleased with. And so, and ironically, the Project Moonstone location isn't in one of those areas. And so, my recommendation is receive and file this report and then I'll bring it back to you. The Supreme Court term ends at the end of June. We should have an opinion by the end of June, and I can bring it back to you in July so we can see, hey, we may amend the ordinance, and let me skip back real quick. We may get rid of this section of the ordinance. It's like Martin versus Boise is no longer, we don't have to have that to protect us against a facial challenge. If, on the other hand, they give direction on what specific places and times are good restrictions that will pass constitutional muster, we can do that. And the last thing I'll say is that the other thing we're doing to prepare is I've asked Ms. Ford, and she's collecting it and maintaining it from the police department. We're looking at historical complaints regarding, to the police, regarding people experiencing homelessness or transients or any camping in the 500 yards around the site of Project Moonstone. And if for some mechanism that I can't envision, we do start having verified complaints of people camping in the area within some distance of Project Moonstone, I'd feel very comfortable having a stay away order in that area if the specific place and time. I don't envision that, but I think it is very, given the discussion, and there was a great deal of discussion about the criminalization of people doing what we all need to do to live. And I think we need to tread carefully. But also, as a city, we're very responsive into meeting the concerns of our residents for quality of life. We just want to do so in a way that doesn't make it worse and subject us to liability and lose control over our response. And so that would be my recommendation. Receive and file the report. I plan on bringing it back maybe in late July because you'll be in full budget mode by the time they decide it. And I'm aware that many council members have traditionally taken vacations in July. So I didn't put a specific date because I don't want to have to put it on and then have one or more of you not available to discuss it. So I'll pick a date, late July or perhaps after, when I know that you'll all be present. And that's my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for that. I wonder, in reading the articles about the hearing, what is the best case scenario? What were you shooting for in the amicus brief as far as the reversal of Martin versus Boise? Given the consideration the justices had about one city pushing the homelessness problem over to another city and so on and so forth.
Yeah, the best case scenario, and the part that I added to the brief was the part on necessity. And the best case scenario is this isn't an Eighth Amendment case. This is just as pre-filing, let alone pre-punishment. And therefore, it becomes a defense of necessity, so that therefore, if anyone is sleeping and they said, look, there's nowhere to go, I'm homeless and all the shelters are unavailable, I don't have money for a hotel, you can't be convicted of that if it's a legitimate defense.
So then they would be arrested and then they'd have to show that to a court.
Right, and that was one of the concerns of, I think it was Justice Kagan, that you'd have to, the court would have to make the determination. But the other, I think it was Justice, I can't remember who, it may have been Justice Roberts, that, well, it should be a patrol officer out in the middle of the night making that determination. And they wouldn't be arrested. They would be given a citation, particularly in LA County because they don't hold people on citations or they on arrest unless they have multiple failures to appear or they're somehow other a dangerous society. So they'd be given a citation, and in Redondo, well, first they'd be contacted by Lila or Harbor Interfaith or someone and be asked, do you want services? And one of the preparations we're making is currently our police department is not a department that carries smartphones. And we're trying to get them smartphones, and there's an app that was developed by the Long Beach City Prosecutor's Office using a federal grant, where you can, even if a housing navigator isn't available, you can refer them to services, and you can also record all the people that just don't want services. They want to live on the street. They want to be here in the summer and live on the beach. And that's a very different situation from someone who is forced to sleep outside because of the defense of necessity. So we're trying to prepare for all that. So I put, if you read it, I asked Brandon Rain, who's the primary author from the Seattle City Attorney's Office, to include a section of or regarding necessity and cite to in Ray Icorn. And that's the best thing. You take it out of the whole Eighth Amendment legal framework and, and leave it up to, is it truly a matter of choice or not? And we would only prosecute the people that, Ms. Amura comes into contact with some people that there are services and just no. And they know in the Ninth Circuit, the police often can't do anything about that. And this being overruled, Martin versus Boise, Grants Pass, it was bad law. It comes from a good place of concern, but it's bad law. And so that's the home run for me.
Thank you for that response. My other question is, Article 4-34.02, is that ineffective to protect Project Moonstone against camping because it's only applies to emergency transitional housing, and Project Moonstone
It's a permanent supportive housing. It's an apartment. And that's why the mechanism doesn't work, and it hasn't, that I can find developed anywhere else. And we don't want to. Now you can direct me to bring back for first introduction, and then you can insert whatever factual finding you think will pass constitutional muster if we get sued and you end up before a federal judge. But I think we're so close and we've made such progress, and it's so close to finding out what the Supreme Court thinks about it. It would be wise to wait. And then, like I said, we've established what the before level is, the baseline, and we'll see if for some reason it leads to, I can't imagine it will, but if for some reason we can't even find out what the mechanism is, if the residents are suffering from that, then we can be justified in making a factual finding to add that.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, going back to that map that you had up there, you're correct with saying that we didn't want all the parks, but the motion that came out of that was to come back with an ordinance for Veterans Park in the harbor, because we've had so many issues in the past. Is that coming back?
Probably not until after this ruling. There's a problem with Veterans Park in the harbor, and I'm trying to remember. I think that in speaking with Brandy, we had so many amendments to the local coastal plan, and you can only bring so many things to the local coastal to the Coastal Commission in a given year. And I think what happened is we had too many for the year, And I will have to check with Mark and figure out if she left that on the still to-do list. I would recommend against it unless then they come up with time and place restrictions. And then I absolutely agree. Those are two of the areas that we can absolutely show a factual basis of why we're choosing those locations. But then again, just know that if it's time and place, everywhere you squeeze them out of, you're squeezing them into somewhere else in the city. But I think that,
true.
What?
That's not necessarily true.
Well, how is it not true? I mean, we're still trying to reach functional zero. Like, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, if you go up to them, you can't camp here, but, well, where can I camp? Well, that sidewalk, City Hall, they'll know which locations the police are contacting them in which cases they aren't. We're trying to chase functional zero. We're housing more people each year than are coming in each year. So that's not, my goal is not to move people. I'm just cautioning, but I absolutely can defend those, but I think it was just a matter of timing. And I think it was the other matters that you already had going to the Coastal Commission.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anybody from the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
I do not have any hands raised on Zoom and no e-comments.
Okay.
Motion to receive and file.
Motion to thank the city attorney and receive the file. I'll second your motion.
I like your motion better. No.
Okay, I'll accept that amendment.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Kalajerovic is absent. Other than that, it was unanimous. Thanks, Mike.
I've finally got a motion to thank me, and now she's not present to vote for. I'll have to give her
To watch the replay, read the minutes.
Okay, city manager items.
None this evening, Mayor.
Okay.
Although I will say this, we had originally targeted perhaps a conversation about pickleball next month. In light of the volume of material that you all and we all are receiving, and in light of some recent staffing changes, I respectfully request that we push that item out a bit. If there's anything particular regarding budget comments that would be needed as part of that discussion, I think we'll be able to provide budget response reports to address that. But as it pertains to the most specific pickleball follow-up matter, I'd like to see that moved out several weeks and ideally into July if we could.
Can we move leaf blowers back into?
That one's done.
Blow them back and move out of the way.
Those have been, yes.
Okay, anything else?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Item P2, discussion and possible action regarding options to celebrate and commemorate Juneteenth holiday.
Good evening,
The floor
Mayor
is all
and City
yours.
Council. So as you know, last year, the City Council adopted a resolution commemorating Juneteenth as an annual celebration in the city of Redondo Beach. And at the April 2nd meeting of this year, staff received direction to return to you with an item to discuss options on ways to celebrate Juneteenth as a holiday in the city. And so the report that you have in front of you tonight highlighted some of the previous events other LA County cities have held in 2023 and 22 as well. And tonight, really, this is just an opportunity for you all to discuss what types of celebrations you might want to engage in, if you want to engage with community groups or regional groups, and then for staff to receive further direction.
Any other council wish to address this item? Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I was actually one of the people that instigated this. I think it's great, about time that we recognize Juneteenth and have a celebration. And I would even consider making this a South Bay celebration. We could get other cities involved. It's a question of money, obviously. I know that there was an event 3 years ago, I want to say, in Manhattan Beach, or at Bruce's Beach. That was, yeah, it was mentioned. No, actually, it wasn't mentioned. I was thinking it was mentioned, but I'd seen
It's in there.
a budget. No, but I think this was it 2021 that was mentioned? This is just 2022.
2022.
Yeah, this is 2021. I was thinking of. It was a pretty good size with booths and entertainment, et cetera. I think it would be nice. It's a holiday for a lot of people now. And I think it would be terrific for us to put something together. The question is budget. And so, maybe we have the wherewithal to do it. I'd leave it up to the council. But have somebody professional do it, not leave it to the staff. No offense. You guys are great, but you have a lot on your plate right now. So, and in the $40,000 to $50,000 range is what I'm hearing from people. So that's it. That's what I would say.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
I also am glad we're recognizing Juneteenth. I reached out to our supervisor to find out how she suggests we celebrate it or recognize it. I'm open to any comments from the public as to how we do that. One way we might do is we raise the flag. And there seems to be an official Juneteenth flag, which is a star with a design around it. And I researched the history of it or how it became the Juneteenth flag, but and that was last year. But I can put it up on the screen if you share 2B, please.
Oh, it's nice.
And we can Google what that is, but that could be one idea is, and I realize that June 19th is a Friday, so maybe we fly it for a
Wednesday, sorry.
Sorry, it's Wednesday, so maybe we fly it for a week, starting on the 18th. But that's just one idea.
You done?
Yeah, that's it.
Councilmember Kalajerovic.
Yeah, I'm open to those ideas. I do think that we should probably engage the community. I see here that Manhattan Beach, they have their, the Black Scholars Union. I know we have one at Redondo. If we could ask them if they want to participate in what kind of celebration we're going to have. I think, I don't want to rush into something. I want it to be done right. I want it to be representative of what we're trying to celebrate. And I don't want to rush it. So I think we're coming up on that holiday and I'd love to I don't want to have a Brown-acted group of people discussing this. It would be more like a committee. If we can find some people who are volunteering to help us out in that, that would be my preference.
Okay, anyone else on the council? Okay, any members of the public wish to address this one? Come on down.
Rahil Barani again. Flying a flag sounds like a fine idea, but spending any money on this, it just sounds like another frivolous expenditure. I don't know what we're going to gain out of it. So I'm strongly against that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public wish to address this item? Okay, anyone online?
Mayor, I don't have any hands raised on this item, and there are no e-comments.
Okay.
I would
Councilmember Lowenstein.
just add one
Are
thing.
you up again?
If we were, one of the reasons why I thought we should look at it as being Pan-South Bay would be to also see if we can turn to either our state or county elected officials to see if they could help with funding a celebration as well too, because it's across cities. So that might be a possibility as well too, if there's a hesitation in terms of the finances of something like this. So we could perhaps reach out to Supervisor Mitchell, Senator Allen, Assemblymember Marzzucci. Those are who have, although the state is a tough time right now financially, but I think that would be great to consider. And I think it would be great for them as well too, in terms of representing our area. So.
Okay, any motion by the council?
Yeah. So
Councilmember
just
Abadi.
explanation of the flag. It's supposed to, the art shows the blue above and the red color below is symbolic of the ground soaked with blood, the blood which was shed by Black Americans enslaved by the United States. And then the 5-pointed star refers both to Texas and to the freedom of African Americans in all 50 states after Juneteenth.
Are there other areas that are flying it?
It has been copyrighted since 2000, and it's the official flag on Wikipedia.
Maybe do a little more research.
Yeah, I didn't know about it, not that I Googled it,
Right,
but
right,
I would
yeah,
like to properly
Right.
look
No, I would
into
like to
that
vet
before
it,
we're
so,
gonna,
and make sure it's the appropriate one, because obviously we got the pride flag initially wrong, or at least there was a different pride flag that people wanted, so.
I'll make a motion then to investigate with state and county officials funding for this event. And if possible, if that were possible, to bring it back no later than the May 14th meeting, if that would allow us time to plan something like this for 4 to 5 weeks
you're talking about this year.
this year.
That may be a little too
Yeah, I
compressed.
think so, considering we can't even talk about pickleball.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to, I think we just are tight on time.
Not to,
I would like to maybe we can push this out to late summer so that we could properly plan for next year, or even fall. I mean, I think, like I said, I would like to do this right and engage the community as much as possible and include, I think, having a regional celebration is a great idea. So,
We could, as a minimum, do a proclamation supporting Juneteenth as a minimum.
I think we have that, right?
We have a resolution.
we did it, resolution.
We can do that.
I guess I can do a proclamation, right? I don't even need, never mind.
The only issue I'd have with pushing it out to the end of the summer is budgeting. That's the only thing. If we decide to do this for next year, we don't want to probably allocate budget for this if we decide to. As maybe a budget response report might be good. I don't know.
We don't really know what we're asking for,
Yeah.
but,
We could provide a range. I mean, now that we've pulled examples of events in other cities, we could certainly do a comp study, see what they spent, what their expenses were, and come back to you with that.
right, I feel like we're really at an exploration phase right now,
So,
but all good ideas.
Hold on, Councilmember Barrett.
see the city manager there with a somewhat pensive look on his face.
Yeah, I think coordinating an event this year, if it's a heavy staff-led effort, I think we're out of time for that. But certainly researching grant fund opportunities for future activities, providing you a budget response report with a range of cost options, much like we did for the barbecue concept up at Dominguez Park as part of the 4th of July celebration consideration. Those types of things we could do for you as part of the budget. And at least then you could be prepared for an event next year in the event that we are going to sponsor it and provide city allocation.
Yeah. And sorry to add another budget response report to 64.
Well, I'm sure we'll get to 80 before too long here.
Looking for a record.
May I add a friendly amendment to that?
There's no motion yet.
Well, I had a motion, but I think it died very quickly, so.
Maybe not.
Then, go ahead.
My amendment would have been to include, to see if there's any nonprofits that wanted to help out in this regard, maybe even take the lead.
To make a motion?
That would be ideal.
Yeah, so I guess I'll make a motion to explore any federal, state, or nonprofit funding, as well as participation in coordinating a future event, coming back anytime after budget.
Okay, I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second.
friendly amendment to Well, the question for the city manager is, could we have a discussion sometime between now and the beginning of June briefly about the selection of a flag? If we wanted to fly a flag for a week?
We can. Your calendar is
jam-packed.
Why don't we just direct staff to find the right flag and fly?
It sounds like mayor wants to make a proclamation,
Yeah.
and then we could be fully baked on an idea for a flag. I'm not against it. I think we're pressed.
We might want to wait on the flag concept until we identify what we're doing with the Pride Art conversation and potential site, right? Flying a flag with our current flagpole structure and the American flag is a little bit problematic. So we've got to figure out that tiering. I mean, we can do it. We can figure it out like we did last year. There's been some ideas of creating like a secondary pole, perhaps display that could give us an opportunity to do things like that more conveniently. I don't know. So
Because the pride flag would be up in June, so that would have to be a third flag?
yeah, we're starting to stack them up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look like a Navy ship.
All right, fair enough.
Exactly. Might look like a pirate ship at some point.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you're
Okay, so we have
good
a
with
motion?
that? We'll discuss that more.
We had a motion and a second. The friendly amendment was rejected.
No, just
Well,
politely,
delayed.
politely
Postponed.
delayed.
He's trying to stir up conflict here. I'm just kidding.
Any other discussion? Okay, I'm going to call the vote. Everybody for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so ordered. Okay, mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kelajarevic.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
I'd just like an update on the BRR regarding our traffic enforcement crew. We had a BRR last year that identified how many officers we have, how many are on disability, how many are actually operating in the field, and there was 0 at the time. So I'd like to see how that's changed, please.
Is that it?
That's it.
Councilmember Barrett?
None.
Okay, and I have none. So with that, we're going to go back to closed session, talking R1 and R2. So do you want to read those off?
Yes, Mayor, and those items include, R1 is conference with real property negotiator. Closed session is authorized under Government Code Section 54956.8. Agency negotiators include City Manager Wadzansky and Community Services Director. The property is 309 Esplanade, Redondo Beach, California, 90277. Negotiating parties made by Meg Walker, excuse me, under negotiations, both price and terms. And R2 is conference with legal counsel and labor negotiator, authorized under Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency negotiators, City Manager Wadzansky, as well as the Director of Human Resources. The employee organizations include Redondo Beach Firefighters Association. That concludes those items.
Thank you. And City Manager Wadzansky, who will be speaking to those two items.
Yes, present for items R1 and R2, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb. For item R1, we will be joined by Elizabeth House. And then for item R2, we will have Diane Strickfadden and Patrick Butler.
Oh, I did want to mention one thing. I wanted to welcome Mark Weiner.
Yeah,
Our new Community Development Director. That's not a referral to you, but I did want to recognize.
That was the other item I was going to mention tonight. If we, depending on the flow of the evening, I was going to have Mark come up and just give a quick brief introduction. So if we've got time for it now, might as well do that.
Thanks for sitting through all that.
I enjoyed it, so.
You'll get plenty of that.
Your poker face is good.
You'll stop enjoying it, I promise.
I want to thank Mike and the staff and the council for such a warm welcome the past couple of days. I really look forward to getting to know this community, to working with the council, to helping make the department the best it can be. And ultimately, my goal is to provide a really positive contribution to the city and be an advocate for this city. And I'm extremely excited to be here and very grateful. So thank you.
We're lucky to have you. Why don't you give a little bit of your, real short, on your past that.
Yeah, my background, I spent the past 4 years as the CD director for the city of Laguna Beach. Prior to that, I worked for the city of Carmel by the Sea for 12 years, and I worked my way up to the director position in that city. And really with both coastal cities, I see a lot of similarities to Redondo, yet there's differences. And I'm looking forward to bringing that experience in coastal communities here in Redondo. And I think it's a great time to be here.
Do you know Clint Eastwood?
I have met him before, yes, and he's a nice guy.
Well, thanks and welcome
Yeah.
aboard. We're glad to have you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor,
And with that,
I'd like to do the in memory before you go off to closed session.
shall we do that?
Excuse me? You can do it if you'd
Okay.
like.
So let's see, that's the end of the,
T1, memory.
the blank page. Okay, could I get a motion to adjourn in memory of Constantine, is it Tyke?
Yeah, you wouldn't adjourn, you're just going to do in memory of
Okay.
the person, yes.
Can I get a
Motion to hold in memory Constantine Tyke Caravas, longtime Redondo Beach resident and city historian.
Okay, and I have a little bit to,
Oh, you have a little bit.
I do, but can I get a second?
Second. Yeah, second.
All four?
Aye.
Okay, so Constantine Caravas, fondly called Tyke by all, passed away September 2023. Tyke was a lifelong resident of Redondo Beach. He graduated from Redondo Union High School in 1956. He worked for the city's recreation department for a time before becoming a basketball player, playing against the Harlem Globetrotters. Most importantly, he was a city historian. He worked with the Historic Museum for almost 20 years. He will be missed. So thank you. So with that, can I get a motion?
I was just going to add, yeah, I mean, an amazing person, a longtime Redondo Beach resident, lived to be 90. I mean, just think about that for a second. 90 years, and it's really quite a thing. And, he did, to your point, Mary, he traveled all over the world. And I found an article from the Daily Breeze from 20 years ago where he said, no matter where he was, he always considered Redondo Beach home. And he just wanted to come back to Redondo Beach. When he was young, he worked in the flower fields where Aviation Park currently is. And I'll just be quick. He said, one day my dad said he had to go somewhere, but he didn't tell my mom where he was going. He went to Hollywood Park, bet on a horse, and won $1,200. And that's how we bought our first house in Redondo Beach, just a block from the beach.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and so much more. But what really touched me was, and this is a quote, "I'm just blessed to call Redondo Beach my home." And I think we're all very lucky to call this our home, whether we live here, work here, or recreate here. This is a great place. So I'm glad we had this opportunity to adjourn in memory of Constantine Tyke Caravas. Thank you.
Can I get a motion to recess to close session?
Second.
All four?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
The Mayor Pro Tem's here.
There you go.
We are, roll call, we're adjourning closed session. Roll call, please.
You do it.
Oh, Councilmember Narenham.
Here.
Councilmember Baji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Councilmember Kaljurevich.
Here.
And I'm here as well, too.
Motion to adjourn.
Reportable items from closed session?
No reportable items this evening from the final two items.
Can I get a motion to reset or to adjourn till?
Next 2 weeks.
No, May 7th.
Motion to adjourn until May 7th.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We're out. All right.